grant that Colleen and I did was a grant that had 46 proposals. They convened from 9:30 to 5 officially, and I think we went to about 5:30 still. It just takes time. Now, part of that, and it's for all the reasons that you guys would imagine, it just takes a while to get your groove, to figure out, do I need to comment every single time? Do I really have an issue with this one? Am I okay with this one? That plus the fact that there's 58 proposals and there's 18 of you. So just plan accordingly. We'll send some more notices. We'll have to figure out how to get lunch, some snacks, another dinner. That's the thing in there. Again, if we can finish early, we'll obviously try to make plans for that, but please plan accordingly for that day. I won't even respond to that.
That is a good idea. I have a special request, anonymous request for the hiring and presence of a masseuse.
So more to come, but please save
Okay, I
that
think the
date.
answer is yes.
Yeah.
We're in good shape.
Save that date. I'll send out a formal calendar invite to all of you as well to kind of book it on your calendars. And then again, still a little bit of Tony's thunder, but we'll kind of reiterate some of these themes so it won't be too bad. So then jumping back ahead down to the to number 14, where it says that the scores are due to staff on May 11th. So what we want to do is, so right now, like I said, the process is set to give you 6 weeks. In front of you, each have a thumb drive. We're going to talk about what's on the thumb drives. You also have instructions on how to access information via the cloud. And 1 or 2 of you have expressed interest in receiving your proposals physically. We're going to ship those to you. So all that to say, we're going to get into all that details a little bit more. We will need your scoring forms, your rating forms by a set date to allow Tony, our researcher, sufficient time to enter all of your scores. In those cases where folks are submitting things on a hard copy, we need to manually enter that information. We need time to go through, vet all that, make sure that it's accurate. Despite your guys' really best efforts, there are going to be errors on your forms. It's going to just come with fatigue. It's a part of the process, but we need to make sure that we can say, hey, this particular one's blank. Did you mean to leave this blank? Does this correspond to this? So things of that nature. So know that on the 11th, your scores are going to be due. There's another handout that we'll talk about with Tony in a little while, but to kind of reiterate how to submit that information to us as well. So I'll pause there. That's a lot of information about upcoming meetings, about timelines, and about a super long day. Any questions or concerns?
I assume you're going to go through today when we appear on the 30th, the scores are in place, what kind of flexibility there is moving forward from that stage.
Yeah, Tony's going to spend some time talking about the scoring process, quite a bit of time. And if there's no more questions for me, actually, we're going to hand it over to Tony, and he will begin that process. And so just to tee it up for Tony, so the duration of the day really is a training. And if you've been a part of it or if you've seen it in some way, shape, or form, I'd ask that you still pay attention because this one will be a little bit different than what you've seen before. I know, Stephanie, you've been part of other committees here at the BSCC, I know you have too as well, Charity. So the goal, so to speak, is to do a couple of things in a different order. So one is to talk through the actual RFP with you and the specific rating criteria to make sure that everyone understands what the criteria is. And as Tony's talking, there'll be a few instances that Colleen and I will interject just to make some points of emphasis. And those points of emphasis usually will be related to how does someone actually get a full score in a particular category. So if you hear us chiming in, it'll be to that avail. And then the other component will be, you will actually read some prior proposals from another grant and have an opportunity to actually score the proposals today and get a preview of what the final meeting will look like. Tony will kind of talk you through the different ways that people, may score on different ends of the spectrum. You may or may not know if you're a strict rater, if you are a lenient rater. This could be the very first time you've ever rated anything at all. So just even understanding what it means to rate a proposal for you. And so the refrain that we always provide before we begin the process is, going forward from this point forth, there will be a lot of discussion about scores. You are under no obligation to change your score. It's not meant to be a bullying activity. It's not meant to be a, you must prove to me why. However, well, sometimes Colleen and I will ask follow-up questions of you or Tony May for various reasons. And part of that is we already know going in that everyone will not be funded, and it'll be the job of Colleen and I to provide feedback to everyone that's not funded on why they weren't funded. And as you would imagine, if you were an applicant, all the questions that you would have: did I do something wrong? Was I incomplete in this area? It looks like I got a really score here. So the more information that you guys are comfortable providing and you feel comfortable stating out loud, it allows us to provide better feedback to applicants, especially knowing that people tend to reapply for grants once they have a better understanding of the areas that they can improve. So just kind of keep that in mind today. And on that note, I'll turn it over to Tony.
I want to first apologize that my back is too loud after you guys. So if you have any questions, just give me a second to turn around.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to start out by answering or attempting to answer one of the questions about the number of proposals that could be funded. When I received all the information, there are about 23 small groups. I would say out of the 23, we'll probably be able to fund about 15 of those. And out of the large group, a little less than half of those.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Could we fund all of them partially?
You're
That's
too
not a part of the
aggressive.
process.
The short answer is stop.
No.
So I'm going to start our training with PowerPoint, just to cover some things that we want you to be aware of. So for this, we're going to go over the evaluation goals. We're going to talk about rate of reliability. We're going to talk about the rating forms. I have an example of a rating form. It's got 5 sections. We'll go over those sections. And after we go over the rating forms, in your folders on the left-hand side, there's an actual copy of the rating forms that you'll be using. We're going to stop and take some time and go over each form individually. And review the rating factors and the sub-factors just to refresh your memory. Talk about the scoring. We made a little change that based on some concerns that was stated in the last meeting. Then we're going to talk about potential rating errors. We're going to have some few reminders, a couple of next steps. And then we're going to have a demo of the cloud. Could be instructions on how to actually access it and what's in there. Then after that, we're going to start the exercise and discussion. So for our first slide, it's the evaluation goals. So the evaluation goal is to fund the most meritorious proposals through an effective evaluation process. An effective evaluation process is a reliable, valid, fair system for scoring proposals according to their individual quality. The goals of this process: use a process that's fair to all bidders, which you did when you put the proposal together. Use accepted measurement principles, which you did when we talked about the scoring and the weights. Use a process that will withstand challenges. And the last one is to select the best proposals. And for that, we rely on you, and we talk about that through rate of reliability. Next slide. Rate of reliability. For the purpose of this evaluation process, we define rate of reliability as a means of rate of consistency over time. We go into that a little further. Reviewing the RFP, when you sit down to read and rate the proposals, we ask that you pay attention to the rating factors. We ask that you pay attention to the anchors and how they're tied to the point scale. We ask that you pay attention to the use of the point scale, and we ask that you use as much of the point range as possible. We've asked that you maintain the same rating style from the first to the last proposal. And when we say rating style, that's when Ricardo alluded to that some of you may be easy raters, some of you may be hard raters. Your style is your style, and we just ask that you apply that methodology from the first proposal you read to the last proposal you read. ask that you spend the same amount of reading time for each proposal. With 58 proposals, we kind of did the math. That's 6 proposals a week, and we ask that you spend an hour to an hour and a half. Where we come up with an hour to an hour and a half for each proposal is based on the previous raters. When we have our last meeting, we usually ask questions about how long would it take you to read each proposal, how long did it take you to rate, and that's where we come up with an hour to an hour and a half per proposal. Any questions? Yes, sir.
There was a bullet on a prior page that asked that we use a process that will withstand challenges.
Mhm.
I just was wondering, what are some of the common, look, I don't think that anybody here will do anything science right, but I mean, sometimes there are certain things that we are not aware of that might be.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that bullet. That when we talk about use a process that withstands the challenges of times, that's more internal.
Okay,
As
not
far
like a
as
legal
like
challenge.
each rating, each ESC is handled the same way. Each ESC develops the RFP with the guidance from the staff. Each ESC comes up with their own rating factors and the rating criteria with the development of with the guidance of the staff. The only thing that stands out with that is how we do training. And if you look at any of the previous webcasts, the training is pretty much done the same way. PowerPoints are pretty much the same. We present everything the same. So that way, over time, we develop a process that hasn't had any challenges. So we are comfortable with this process.
same possible points then.
Yes, ma'am.
12 is the most.
12 is the most. So are there any questions about the project need? Everyone's okay with that?
So Ricardo and I will jump in here periodically, just to point some things out that we noticed on our review. So I want to notice I want you to notice 1.1 and 1.2 state all data sources are cited. The applicants were allowed to include a one-page bibliography, and you'll find that some people put that bibliography right at the end of their proposal narrative. A couple put it at the back of the entire proposal, so you might see it later. Just be aware, though, that some did real short citations within the text, and some use that one-page bibliography.
Sorry. Just curious, because I remember spending some considerable amount of time on this particular section in regards to getting those folks that are most impacted to provide testimony or, have focus groups with these folks and that they would be involved. I would imagine that comes in the project need section of this. And is that something that how do you assess that participation?
I think that would come in the project need and maybe in the project description as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, what I was gonna say, so it'll appear in two places, community engagement for some, some for need.
Yeah.
Now that said, and a lot of it depends on what you're looking for in terms of like depth. Some folks, again, we just did such a cursory review, I don't wanna overstate it. Some folks just said that they conducted some type of an outreach campaign. And others kind of went into a lot more detail about what they did in there as well. So just know that you're gonna see a really big variance even in response to that question. The other thing I should flag here too, just as a general note, so one of the things that we did remove as part of the tech review process, so there may be, I'm gonna say maybe 3 proposals, maybe less than that, where they're referencing attachments that are not included. And so there were a few proposals that went above and beyond in terms of the number of additional documents that they wanted you to read that there would not necessarily a correlation to the RFP or to things that were requested. For example, charts and diagrams that looked really pretty, but for you guys to read them, we kind of pressed them and said, okay, well, does it tie back to this? And just like, oh, well, it's different information about this. And so, we're really mindful about how many things that you guys would be asked to read. And we really wanted them to just only provide, documentation that, was requested in the RFP that could correlate back to the RFP. There's only a handful of them. It should not be a consistent theme, but there were folks that really, just a stack of additional attachments we just flagged and said, hey, we're not going to forward that to the committee unless it's very specific to the RFP.
And it was good stuff. A couple people put agendas from their community meetings, flyers, PowerPoints. It was good stuff, but it just, we had to keep them to the 20 pages. So remember, they've got to make their case to you within those 20 pages.
Those were the high achievers in high school.
And so what your point is that they might be referencing documents that are no longer included?
Right, and the ones, there's only a couple, and the ones that said that they have those, it would say something to the effect of like, city ABC attachment, 5. But it's pretty clear to you, like from what they've said, they've described what it is, like meeting number so-and-so. And we just asked, is there anywhere else that, someone could read the proposal and understand what it is, minus this attachment, because it did become quite lengthy and extremely heavy, and we just didn't think it was fair to the other applicants who really did try to follow the RFP instructions. So we just wanted to flag that for you.
So if there's nothing, no more questions, project need.
Oh, I just have one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a quick question. What on the points awarded here? We got 0, 5, 0, 0. What is?
Okay, that's the
That's
next
just a
part.
sample or?
The way we presented this in the last meeting, we were asking you to assign points on the aggregate. That would be the project need and all the sub factors. And there were some concerns, a lot of concerns that maybe you wouldn't be able to do that, and you felt it would be easier if you were able to assign points to each of the sub factors. So I went back and I changed the forms. So where you see on the forms that were in your folders, if you You go back to project need, you'll see point scale, 0 to 12, you'll see a 1. That's the average of all the points you assign to the 4 sub-factors under project needs. And if you look at the points awarded, those are where you'll assign points for each project need, each sub-factor under project need. And so what we did is we decided it would be best if we averaged it so the score doesn't go over 12.
I think the thing that's missing, you're making an example for everyone.
Yeah,
I think
this is
people-
just an example.
Okay, because I think people look at it and think that's the points, but
No.
he's just making.
That's an example.
So in that far right-hand column with the
slightly askew. So if you don't see something that looks exactly, the same, but the content's still there, that's one thing. And then the other thing to point out, there were a few proposals that actually acknowledged that there would be an impact, but that it would be a positive impact.
Right.
So just to kind of know that going in, and that's okay too. So not everyone looked at it from a negative perspective.
So systems change, kind of like, is that included in this type of, like there's a, as you said, a positive impact, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Where there's gonna be some barriers, systemic barriers removed, and
It's not
I would say
something,
that's good, right?
it's not something that we ask for, right, from manufacturers. So that would be additional information. And you as a rater, if you read that and you find that good, you can score the report.
Okay.
It could relate back to 3.7. So were they able to describe how this project
Yeah,
would work? So
you're right.
Yes.
again, part of taking the whole thing as a whole.
And just another reminder, things aren't always exactly where they said they're gonna be. I just can't say it enough.
Right.
You just, you score accordingly.
Thank you.
So on to the next rating factor, the project evaluation plan.
I want to point out here, 4.1, the applicants were asked to attach a work plan. We limited them to 1 page on that work plan. So I wouldn't want anyone to say, well, this is a weak work plan, it's only 1 page. Everyone only got 1 page, so.
And we did ask people to resubmit, that was part of our tech review. There were a few, so just another thing in that vein to point out. So the RP limited the amount of goals and objectives. So, first, please don't penalize someone because they only have 3. There were several people that had multiples of goals and objectives, and we just asked them to just comply with the 1 page limit. So know that there's folks that did go above and beyond.
So is everyone okay with the rating factors? Any additional clarification needed? So the next one is the guiding principles. And Colleen, you guys want to talk about this one?
Yeah, we do.
So this is a kind of unique section because on the one hand, you're going to see a separate section. All of the applicants address the guiding principles in the narrative. But I think as you're scoring this section, you want to be considering the proposal as a whole. So kind of jockeying between this section and the proposal as a whole. How does the proposal, address those guiding principles? So 5.1. The design and implementation plan demonstrates that the applicant values community partnerships and collaboration. 5.2, the service delivery approach. Now here, we had pulled out 4 very specific bullet points: culturally competent, tailored to meet an individual's holistic needs, advances the principles of restorative justice, and acknowledges and addresses known barriers. So I would say when you're scoring 5.2, if someone does a good job of addressing all 4 of those bullets, you may consider a higher score. If they address 3 of them, 2 of them, 1 of them, score accordingly. That's another place where you're going to want to use that full point range. It's not an all or nothing. Anything else there, Ricardo?
It's obvious, but it's okay to give someone a 0 if you read their proposal, and not just in this section, but only because I think the spirit of this particular section from the committee was this is kind of like a last chance to show us how all of these things that the body decided were important are woven in. So if you feel like someone really, didn't address something or they did it in a very poor fashion, you're not obliged to, give them that full score. If you feel like, Ricardo or Colleen, they didn't address any of these in a way that I feel comfortable giving them even a 1 for, that's up to you. Now, again, when we have that final meeting, if your score is an outlier, and Tony will talk about that in a little bit, then we may ask you, hey, so it looks like you gave him a 0 and, the rest of your peers gave him a score of 12. Would you mind talking a little bit more about this? And that just happened, where we have those outliers, be it on the high end or on the low end. And that's why we're just encouraging you to take notes. But feel comfortable if you don't feel someone's answered or prompt to score them accordingly.
No sympathy points.
Okay, so for the next one, the last rating factor is the budget. And we tried to emphasize that it's not just the budget table or the narrative form. It's both. Colleen or Carly said you wanted to comment on that as well.
So yes, as Tony said, the budget section is comprised of two pieces. You're going to see a budget table, a one-page budget table. We gave them a template, so everyone had to use the same template. There's 7 line items, I think 7. Then you're going to see a narrative. The budget narrative is restricted to 6 pages. So when you're scoring this section, you're looking at the table and the narrative together as a whole. You will find that we already checked the math, so don't waste your time adding numbers. You're really looking at, is it reasonable? Is it appropriate? Do the dollars that they've assigned to the different categories make sense in light of what they just told you they were going to do? I think that too, one thing I want to point out is we asked for 6 pages of a budget narrative. Some people did a narrative text. Some people put in more of like a line item detail table. So people use that 6 pages differently. That's okay. Just you're looking to see if the information you need is there, contained in those 6 pages. So it is going to be, it's going to look different from proposal to proposal. I want to talk a minute about 6.5. The applicant has detailed how it will leverage other non-Prop 47 dollars to maximize the grant dollars. Here's another one where you can use the full point range, and you'll see some that identify the source maybe, but didn't do a real good job explaining how they're going to be leveraged. So again, not an all or nothing there. Use that full point range.
So just an overall section point of emphasis. So as you're going through it and you're reading this, and it's because our co-chair Budnick's not here, and I know this is really a big thing for him. If someone has spent 25 pages telling you how important community-based partnerships are, and then you look at that line item and you feel like it doesn't reflect it, that's your chance to score. If someone spent a lot of time telling you how important it is to have like staff that are there, and then you look at that line item and it's not reflective, that's your chance to score. So it really is, the budget really should, and the prompts there reflect it, the budget should support what you just read in those prior 20 pages. So if you've read the budget and it feels like it's a very different proposal than the proposal narrative, then that should really make you pause a little bit. And not that it needs to be, an exact dollar for dollar, like it's an even split. I mean, whatever criteria that you're using to Tony's opening prompt of, be consistent in how you're rating proposals, but this really is your chance to make sure that the proposal, and it gets 20%, so that budget section and that proposal narrative really are in sync. So that's where you have a lot of value, and just don't forget that.
And I also want to remind the group that the way the RFP was set up, every applicant was required to dedicate a minimum of 50% of their funds to community partners. Those that dedicated 60%, between 60 and 69%, are going to get extra points, and then 70 and above, you don't have to worry about those extra points. We'll be tabulating those, and we've done all the math, and we've got those scores. But that goes back to 6.4. What Ricardo just said, the project demonstrates a financial commitment to community partners that accurately reflects the proposal narrative. So that's where you can, give those folks extra points who really shine through in that area, and that's it.
Thanks. I have a question about the way we've presented this and just for scoring. I recently just finished scoring last week on LEAD. And the way this is being presented is a little different than how we did it in that one. And so I just want to get some clarification. So if you look at, any of these pages, but like 4 or 5, for example, the way you've demonstrated this, 5 might be the easiest one to use. You've gotten 5 points, 5.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, for example purposes, put scores in the right column. And then it looks like you just averaged it to the top. So we didn't do that in LEAD, at least I didn't do that when I scored. Different subpoints may be more valuable than other subpoints. And so I just want to be clear that this doesn't have to be a straight up averaging of scores in the right column, because when I get to the budget and things, some of the things that we have is things that have to be in this proposal to me way more. So I might be willing to put 10 in something and 6 in something, and it's not an 8 to me, maybe a 9, because the thing that's the 10 is more important. So I just want to get clarification so we're all on the same page about how we do that.
Just like you said, if you are reading one of the sub factors, and for you, it's higher than another one, you score it accordingly.
So the only score you need in the end is the one in the top box. You don't need these scores down the right
No,
column.
I need the scores down the right column. The scores down the right column is what you feel the proposal is worth. Those are the points that you.
But then how is, that's, you just negated what I just asked then, because that's not gonna line up if you're doing math this way. And I put 12, 5, 5, 5, right? And I give it a 10 in the end overall. That's because the thing that was 12 was more valuable to me.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't
So
think we're giving.
You're
That's
not
an
average,
average, though.
you're not getting an
Yeah.
overall. Your individual points you assign.
So we're gonna
to kind of reiterate, as Tony's kind of talking through these. So attachments E and F in particular, they won't always look exactly like the template. So, use your judgment. Some of them, like I think attachment E is a really good example. There were a few that did it, I think, exactly as we wanted to do it, where they kind of stayed up front, who the lead agency is, the agreements, and then there'll be several pages that are just signature blocks that kind of represent all the people that have agreed to it. And there's others where the format looks a little bit different. So just be mindful. The one thing that I can say that will be helpful is they are in the order. So just kind of at an early glance at the proposal. So the narrative sections are all there, and then all the attachments are then included in some order. Now, if you're reading the order, you're looking at the RFP, you say, well, this doesn't look like attachment E, but I see the word, letter of agreement. That's probably their version of what they think a letter of agreement is, and then so on for F and G. So although we give them the prompts, we give them the templates, and if you see that variation, just know that just follow the order of the RFP, and after a few of them, it'll make sense to you, the ones that are just a little bit different than the norm.
The next attachment is attachment I, the Proposition 47 work plan that's tied to rating factor 41, and that's on page 66. And the last attachment is attachment J. That's the list of partner agencies and organizations, and that's tied to rating factor 3.4, and that's on page 67. Are there any questions about the attachments and how they tie to the rating factors or assigning points to those? So the next part of the presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about potential rating errors. We're going to talk about the halo effect. We're going to talk about leniency, strictness, and central tendency, triage, moving frame of reference, fatigue, prejudgments, prejudice, or extraneous information.
Tony, we're
Yes,
doing
ma'am.
pretty good on time. How does does everyone need a break? Get up and stretch their legs, or do you want to keep going? Show of hands for who would like a 10-minute break. All right? If of course, you feel free to take one.
Walk out too. I just-
It's the agriculture.
So the first rating factor is the halo effect. This occurs when a rater's overall positive or negative impression of an individual rating factor leads to rating all the rating factors in a similar range or the same. So my example, we're looking at one proposal, and for all the rating factors, they gave it a score in the good category, and they gave it a score of an 8. So what this would lead me to think is the rater read the project need, thought it was an 8, gave it an 8, and maybe read community engagement and gave it an 8. And based on those two rating factors, they just assumed everything else was an 8, and they gave it an 8. Now, on the other hand, the rater may have read, and based on what he read and understood and how he applied the point scale, they all deserved an 8. So that's what we mean by your rating methodology is your rating methodology. As long as you use that methodology from proposal 1 to the last one, that's fine.
I just thought that was a May 10 rating schedule. Yeah. 11th hour rater.
It could
Just 1, 2,
That's all right.
5, 6, 7, 8.
So to avoid this error, don't be overly influenced by a positive or a negative impression. Pay close attention to the scoring criteria for each rating factor. Rate the response related to each factor and scoring criteria on its own merit. The next error is leniency and strictness of tendency. Leniency and strictness tendencies occur when raters tend to rate everything at the high end of the scale or at the low end of the scale. Some people are very hard and they want to see everything their way and they grade very strictly. So they're great on the low end of the scale. Other people are very lenient and it's okay if they have just what they have and they grade on the higher end of the scale.
These don't represent political parties or anything. Just checking.
The third one of that is central tendency, where the rater doesn't want to make an extreme judgment, and they just rate in the middle of the scale. And what this does, this causes an issue if you rate all the proposals that way, because in the proposal, it's not getting its full merit. And when you rate all the proposals like that, it tends to group the proposals together. It makes it hard to fund. So to avoid these errors, after a this type of error, when assigning points, make as much of the distinction as can be supported by the response. Sure. Questions? We have some additional rating factors. Moving frame of reference and fatigue, they're going to kind of sound similar, but moving frame of reference, this occurs when a rater fails to maintain a consistent, reliable approach to evaluation process in the terms of the scoring criteria or the rating factors. So to avoid this area, we ask that you review the rating factors, the scoring criteria, and the anchors to ensure that your understanding of the rating factors hasn't changed over time. And then fatigue, that's pretty much what it is. You get to the 35th proposal, and it's May 10th, 10 o'clock. And you just
I won't do
decide,
that. Don't look at me. Never.
and you just decide just to give it points. And we ask that you don't do that. We ask that you adopt some type of schedule. I think my example was wrong. Instead of 6, it would be 9 proposals. And come up with some type of schedule to rate. And every time you sit down for that reading and rating schedule, we ask that you review the RFP and go over the rating forms so that you have the same understanding as you did the last time.
I think there was some fatigue with whoever did that first heading, the moving frame of reference. Okay, so it happens to the best of us.
And also, I realized, like, on the subject of using a full scale, it's not even so much the macro between the categories, but even within the subcategories.
That's
right?
correct.
Because it could be, I'm just like for myself, it could be a tendency to just between 4 and 6, 5. I think it's good, 8. Using that fullness.
That's correct.
I'm just curious too, if I may just jump in here real quick. What's our position here? Because I guess it gets to kind of get to the baseline of what's good and really good and not so good, right? It's almost after you read some of them that you get to that point that you have that barometer, right? And what it says that. And
Right.
so can you go back based on when you get to that point where you got your rhythm down? Okay, this is this is a
Yeah.
good proposal.
Right.
And you go back and change ratings later on.
That's correct. And that's what we asked.
Right.
Okay.
And
Oh,
absolutely,
very
and I
good.
think Colleen started the meeting, but we're just kind of even acknowledging the first few proposals that get read usually get the most stringent review, because it's your
Right,
first
right.
time through and you're by the book, you know, like to the T, because you want to make sure you get it. And probably about the third or fourth proposal, you each are different, but you'll find your rhythm and you'll know what you're looking for and you'll remember the key tenets of the RFP. So yeah, definitely go back. Now, it could be that, excuse me, you're still pretty consistent, like you're applying it all the way, in which case perfect, and you can adjust accordingly. And then just to piggyback on the point that Tony made, so 6 weeks sounds like a lot of time, and it isn't at the same time, right? So really, I would say like when your time allows, like really figure out like, and you each know how you read and how you would best work. So if maybe you're a person that needs a completely quiet environment, don't forsake that process now for this, right? Maybe you can multitask, like whatever it is that you need to do to be able to read. Really apply that same logic here, and then just apply this extra weight of there are people that are going to be dependent on you, right? Like we're going to fund communities, communities of practice, cities, counties, etc. So all that to say, please like take it seriously. Like I can't underscore Tony's point enough. By the time you get midway through, maybe even before you get midway through, you will be mentally tired. Like there's no two ways around it. I mean, we've tried our best to kind of, the only thing we can offer is time in terms of what we can give you to break it up. We try to offer time and then give less time on the back end to do all the checks that we need to do, but really budget your time accordingly. Like people are really gonna depend on the feedback that you provide, and people are gonna get funded or not funded based on your decisions. So just don't lose sight of that when you're like really tired, you're like, oh my God, why did I sign up for this? It sounded so good when we were just putting the RFP together. I mean, it's different when you're funding, like, let's say if it's a smaller RFP response, whether it's maybe 2 or 4 or 10 or 15, which maybe, I think on average our proposals are maybe close to that 15 to 20 range in terms of responses. For 58, that's just a different mindset. So just be patient, trust the process, and we appreciate it.
I was gonna say something that's helped me in my experience, because not just in the ESCs, but just I do contracts and grants for work. So something that's good is just to learn how to read through the fluff. A lot of the proposals will be just trying to fill up the page to meet the page limit and, figure out what the fluff is and try to just focus on the elements that help you and be able to get straight to the point. And if you're able to do that and make a few proposals, it'll really allow you to get through them a lot faster.
And did you guys, when you loaded these into our things, are they in different orders? So to make sure that we're all not, number 58 for all of us is not
Correct.
number, okay, so it's all.
And Tony can speak to that, but go for it.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're going to go over that, but
Okay.
to answer your question, there's a folder that has the rating points and the proposals. In the folder for the proposals are all numbered according to proposal number. There was no way to order them in a way that would be consistent with the reading order. We'd have to give it another
all happen here because groupthink is a reality. And if you have individuals who are very dominant in opinions and perspectives, and then also there's the time component to it as well. Folks who mean well, but maybe struggle to make their point orally could be at a disadvantage. And so we want to be mindful of that as well.
Okay, I'm just thinking, I would want to know what Charity and Vanya and John have to say, and Stephanie have to say.
And you will, at the end. And at the end, after you've submitted your score.
And then can I change my numbers?
You guys intimidate him. I like it.
Is next, but I just want to say real quick, with 58 proposals, you will miss things, and then at that final meeting, you can say, oh, wow, I missed that.
Right. So to your point about can you change the scores? Yes, but there's some framework for it, right? So what we want you to do is, and so this goes back to that
It's
skill
a
about.
lot more complicated than guilty or not
No,
guilty.
No one denies that point, but I just.
This is the way it should be, Judge.
This is why we don't do math. But to the point about changing scores, so it has to happen though in the appropriate frame. So the framework is you've submitted your scores. And then, I mean, things legitimately happen that necessitate you to change your scores. For example, I mean, let's just start with the obvious. There are 58 proposals.
Yeah.
We are all going to miss things. John might be saying, oh my God, how did you miss that community engagement? And someone else will say, oh my God, did you see page this and this? And you said, well, I gave them a 3 because I didn't see this. And then, through discussion, you may say, oh my gosh, guys, I want to revise my score. That's allowable. But what we don't want you to do in terms of changing your scores is, well, everyone else is giving them a 7. I think I'm going to give them a 7 too. And that's the point where Tony and I and Colleen will ask, well, is there any reason why you want to change your score? Because if you say, I just think it's a 3 and you're comfortable with that, we won't bully you into changing it either. So you do have some flexibility. We just want to make sure that if you do change your scores, that we understand why, so that we can also explain it to people that aren't funded as well. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to point out that, beyond kind of the practical, I guess, the implications of what it means to come together and discuss all these in a group, but also what it means to not, or to take this home and not talk to the people. I think there's legal issues around conferring, about ESC business, not at this table where the public has access to what we're discussing. So I think that's a bigger point that we all should be concerned about.
Absolutely.
And I had a related question. So is there a risk that for a program, for example, that doesn't get funded comes back at you or whoever and says, hey, we had a great proposal. I read this other one that did get funded and we think ours was better than theirs. I mean, does that happen?
So, all the time, yeah. So, the reason why we Colleen and I really, and Tony's been really emphasizing for you to take notes, and it's for that final meeting. So, 225 million in requests, a little over 100 million to allocate. I mean, right off the bat, we just know people aren't all going to get funded. So, Colleen and I have the fun job of, well, I guess there's 2 parts there. One's fun and one's not so fun. The people that are selected for funding based on your recommendation, we'll give them a heads up. The board's going to meet on such and such a day. It's looking pretty good. We can't guarantee anything, but it's going to go for a vote. The folks that aren't getting those nice phone calls, we offer a chance for them via conference. Colleen and I will, as many times as we need to, we'll give them gosh, over how many alliterations, it's not been an issue.
So this is the first, as far as I can tell, this is the first, like, it's, even in reading the rating, it just seems so, like, what powerful stuff is in here, right?
Yeah,
It's somewhat
Yeah.
new to the VSCC, I would imagine. It's my assumption.
This grant, I think, is different than any
Right.
one that we've done
Right, that's what I'm
in
trying to
terms
say,
of
yeah.
in terms of the scrutiny that we've received and the interest that we've received.
Right.
And so I think it's not a dumb question.
Not at all,
It's completely possible that, you know.
So we gotta be clean.
Yeah.
Right, but I will say this process that we're using, we've used this process before. I mean, we use this process for our construction grants. It's slightly different, and those are $500 million, $200 million grants. Some of our smallest grants, our top 50 grants, are like $800,000. So the process is the same. There's some tweaks here and there, but the process is pretty much the same.
And if I can add, what really helps with part of calling, talking to the counties, is your notes. It's very helpful if they can say, well, during the ESC meeting, this is how they felt, and this is why they decided. That pretty much hits it. You know, they're the ones that were responsible for putting this together. They're the ones that came up with the rating factors. They understood what they meant when they created the rating factors, and they took that information and they applied it in the scores, and that's why you got the score you got, and that's why you are funded or you're not funded.
It's a very important question.
Will the fact that an individual rater with the individual's name attached, will that be made public?
No.
Shelley, okay.
No. So and this is, I kind of tease about it a little bit. So although, like I said, at the final rater meeting, we'll say things, it starts off with like rater 4, to comment on your scores, but you guys are smart, you'll be here for a whole day. So you know who rater 4 and 5 are by the end of the day. So that's one thing, but what actually ends up happening, because it's truly a spreadsheet that's done. So maybe in this room, we'll see who's doing what scores, but in terms of the final product that goes out to the public when there's questions, Tony will just give us the average scores. So it won't say Shelley, Leticia, it'll just give us the name of the applicant agency and all the raw scores, and we'll just say the committee. So whenever Colleen and I respond, we don't say, oh, well, you know, Kurt kind of really didn't like you, as a matter of fact. You know what I mean? We speak in much other terms, you know, we'll say things like the sense of the committee, the way the committee spoke, the way the committee interpreted your response. So we would never, you know, kind of single people out.
So is that meeting on the 30th public?
Yes.
So in that regard,
It
I know
could
you
be.
go,
It could
yeah,
be.
I know that Judge Eskin.
It could be.
The way we handle that
Just
is,
what?
I don't know yet. We're gonna have-
However you score.
That remains to be seen, exactly.
Yeah.
I wanted to share this sentiment with the committee members. And it was mentioned in the LA Times article this morning, the criticism of Prop 47 and to file these applications for various programs. That's a very positive step for somebody who's in the position of defending against the tax on Prop 47. So this is a very positive move forward as far as I'm concerned. And the more publicity it gets, the better.
Yes. And I know we didn't introduce our deputy director, Mary Jones, is back there, along with a couple other staff, Tim and Patty, Antonio. But our deputy director pointed out to me, it's important, is to remember there are 18 of you here. The scores are going to represent, you know, the totality of all 18 of your perspectives and input. We've got a wonderful balance of perspectives here, government, non-government, community. And so I think, you know, any one applicant out there could read their proposal and say, well, we think ours is better than the ones that got funded. And it's like, well, that's, you know, your opinion, but you don't have the benefit of having 18 different perspectives. I mean, this process is very solid. It's not like one or two people are going to determine the score.
Right.
Yeah.
so what I'd like to ask you to do in your red folder on the left-hand side, and I'm gonna ask you to pull out some forms. The first one would be the sheet that says your rating ordered list. The next
We're
one.
still on the left side, right?
On the left side, yes.
I'm just checking out.
The next one would be the staple document that says Proposition 47 applicant agencies list. So I'm gonna ask that one, you look at your rating order, you look at the count, the applicants on that list, and just by looking at it, if you feel there's someone or something that you shouldn't read, let us know, we'll cross that out. And then we also ask you to look at the Proposition 47 applicant agencies list. And based on that, is there anything you see on the proposals that you're gonna rate that you wanna recuse yourself?
And so a point there, so a few things. So some of it should be kind of let's say explanatory, but if as you're looking at that applicant agency list or the rate order form that Tony referenced, if you see an agency that you work for example, or that you partner with, certainly don't read those. And now we're trying to kind of flag all those conflicts. Like I think Stephanie flagged for me that you wouldn't read the San Joaquin proposal.
I didn't feel like I should.
Right. No, but that's my point. But those entities where and so the way that we phrase it is if you have an actual or perceived conflict. So if someone's, asking us questions and it's like, hey, why did A, B, C read that proposal? Like, we all know that, whatever the case might be. So if there's an actual or perceived conflict, and it could be that you could say, I'm good, I don't have any conflicts. That's a totally acceptable response as well. But take the time, if you could now, to just kind of go through this exercise with us.
When you say work with, what if somebody that you work with, but they're applying in a different county? And I don't perceive it as a conflict, there's no.
Would it impact your ability to read that proposal in a fair and unbiased manner?
No.
Okay. I mean, that's the other part of it too. So it's the real obvious, I work for that agency, I can't do it. And it's if I read this, it wouldn't look right. That's the kind of another lens. I mean, some of it's subjective and some of it really kind of relying on you to just kind of give us that clean, it's like, I know that person, but we met once, I don't really know him or her that well. Unless to your example, they work in a different city or county, but just the ones where it wouldn't pass, the face test, so to speak. If it were to be published on the front page of the paper, would we have to defend you in a way that would make any of us uncomfortable? I mean, that's another way of looking at it as well too.
Yeah, and then as a follow-up question, as it relates, as we say, to the community part is to be determined later. So we're talking about a 6-week process. What if during this process, you get wind or word that certain folks become identified?
So that practically may not occur. It could occur. Typically what happens is government agencies want to make sure that they have the money before they begin the process. Now, that's not to say that some folks might not be different, but by and large, once they know that they're in the running, then they'll start that procurement process locally. That's typically how it fleshes itself out.
Okay, thank you.
And so I'm in Riverside County, so that doesn't disqualify me. Yeah, and so I feel like it would be better if I weren't part of that one. And not because I'm gonna benefit from it, but because it would benefit the county that I'm part of.
And that's something up to you.
And that might sway me.
Oh, well, okay, now that's different then. So then we would ask you to
I would
recuse yourself.
probably be looking at it favorably.
Okay, well then, thank you for being honest.
We need the money.
They all need the money.
I know, that's what I'm thinking, I better
Okay.
stay out of that one.
Okay, that's honest.
It's like, I live in Gardena, I run for office
So those are the extenuating circumstances of why you're losing yourself. So then if you don't have the same kinds of relationships to those,
So it's very
bodies that-
different, I think, Sammy, even though we're from the same county,
right,
that's where I'm coming from. Yours may be very different than
okay.
Like with me, Sammy, I don't work with the police department. I don't have any financial interest in their dealings. I have nothing to gain from giving this proposal. So I could completely review the proposal without bias.
So Sammy, when you're looking at it, not to put you on the spot, but maybe it'll help us all kind of just think it through it. When you look at, and I'm just going to use San Joaquin for now.
Sure.
Do you have uncomfortableness with what you do see? What's your
No,
thought?
I do not have there's no discomfort with it. I think it's just, to me, easier, if we take that, if we not be so subjective about it and just make a blanket kind of standard. And then that way makes it easier, because, yeah, but in general, no, I'm not conflicted by it one bit.
That's fine, just want to make sure.
I think because you're gonna have to defend every single whatever and so, and as you said, there's.
Right. So what we're doing now will help us be able to, when prompted, to kind of say, so Stephanie didn't read this proposal, Vanya didn't read this proposal, Leticia didn't read, like, we can defend that stuff by doing this thing now, which is we're asking you about this.
And again, that might change later on as I'm reading the process, and I've been really good about calling you whenever there's
absolutely.
a question or concern, and I imagine.
You
I'll
can
be
do
doing
that
that.
too.
That's
If
fine.
you start to read a proposal and you see names that prompt for you, oh wait, this would be a conflict, that could still, for all of you, you can certainly still do that as well.
Well, I'd like to revisit the question that John raised, and that is CBOs to be determined. I mean, I'm looking at 43 Santa Barbara. I don't feel I should disqualify myself from evaluating the proposals, but the CBOs to be determined, they could identify people with whom I am connected.
Yeah, but see, in those instances though, I think we could make a pretty clear case. If the proposal doesn't specify who,
Yeah.
I don't know if we could then come back and say, well, how did you not know every possible CBO partner? You know, so those ones we could do with a straight face. That one's okay. Did you?
Yeah, the only other thing I was gonna add is just that the public perception. So
Right.
people that are gonna be, know that you're from that community or from that city, the public perception could be, they're gonna be biased towards their city or their county. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind too. Even if you don't necessarily have direct contact or you don't recognize anybody in the proposal, since it is such a, people are very interested in this, it could be someone from the public could say, well, you live in that city, of course you're gonna do it, that kind of thing.
Well, Christine, for my benefit, are you planning to disqualify yourself from a San Diego?
Yes, both proposals,
You will.
yes.
And so will Leticia. On Stephanie, I understand, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, I have major recusal
And
for the entire
Vanya,
large population.
I'm on the
any
fence now.
Riverside proposal?
Yeah, there's a Riverside proposal, and then there's also one in Rialto. And the list that Rialto had, I know a couple of the people that are named as being organizations that are gonna be partnering. And then in Riverside, for me, I am part of the Community Corrections Partnership as well. They're not applying, so it's really Department of Mental Health, who I have no affiliation with. So I'm kind of on the fence as to whether I'll recuse myself from the Riverside one, but the Rialto one, I probably will.
Oh, from Rialto, okay. So for the Riverside one, before we leave today, can you just let us know, because we need to do some restrictions on some things that you can actually physically view before you leave, okay?
Okay.
And thank you. And then Christine, so there's only one San Diego County submission. Was there another proposal?
No, there is Oceanside,
Oceanside?
that's in San Diego County,
Perfect.
and then the San Diego
And then the San
County
Diego one.
proposal.
Okay.
Ricardo, likewise for me on Oceanside.
Oceanside?
Oceanside and San Diego.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ricardo, I wonder if you have any thoughts about me reviewing the two applications that come from Superior Courts.
When we first looked at the list, we didn't think you had a conflict.
Okay.
So our thought was we would defer to you if you thought it would come back to bite you in any way, but we didn't think it was an issue at our first glance. It felt like there was nothing that we did based on what you told us that would make it a conflict.
And our council didn't
flag
Didn't flag it as an issue, so,
legally, okay.
yeah.
So that was my initial take on it,
Yeah.
but I thought, well, can someone say that because I'm from the judicial council and naturally favor courts over other.
We didn't have that takeaway.
I just wonder what,
Yeah.
I'd be curious if other folks think that immediately.
Yeah, so as a lawyer, you know, we have actual and then we have perceived conflicts, right? And so that's how I approached it. Like, I don't have an actual conflict. And I actually don't have a perceived conflict, but hearing some of the other people, I mean, you have to make your own best judgment. But, you know, in the legal world, the perceived conflict extends to anything that it's about what the third party believes. If the third party believes that you'd be acting improprietously, or that there would be some basis for you to have a bias in judgment, then the error should always skew toward not engaging in something that could be a perceived conflict. So I think it's however you evaluate it, but that's the way.
Right, and that is why I brought it up to the group to say, does that cause, you know, a lot of smart people around the room, does that, would that
Great. Anyone else? All right. So it sounds like we will just, so to reaffirm, so we'll follow up Shelley, just to confirm again that you're good. We'll follow up with Tom, just to make sure that our council, like I said, we did our initial review. It wasn't a question. Now, I don't think with you, Tom, that we thought about all the behavioral health ones that you could potentially touch. Question again and see if it changes anything in the interpretation. But For everyone else, so Vanya, you're the only one that needs to hear back from before the end of the day. It sounds like Riverside and also are the only two that would be in question. Stephanie in San Joaquin County. For Christine and for Ron, you're recusing yourselves from San Diego and from Oceanside. And that's all we have. Go ahead.
I probably need to talk to council about the LA County proposal.
That's right.
We have recused you from that one.
From what?
From the county.
Just from the LA County because you're an actual employee of that department.
Right.
But not, we did not recuse you.
Right, the three others are the one.
So you want clarity on
Long Beach, the city attorney, and the reentry office for the mayor.
They can still get Long Beach, the two LA cities.
And then the city attorney's office.
Thank you.
Can I make another proposal? I'm really sorry, but this is actually a serious issue, and I would actually propose that you go around the room and call each person on the record to ask them if they have it and have them stated for the record, because once we engage this process, if people haven't been clear, we can't go back.
Right.
So, I mean, we kind of were discussing it on the sidebar here, but it would just really be beneficial to have people be very clear, and if they don't know yet and they say they want to speak to council, I think that's fine, but then they should come back and be on the record for that, because that has to be recorded, I think. That's how we feel.
That's okay, because it doesn't sound like there's too many of you that are uncomfortable with that. So, I mean, we can take a few minutes to do it now. It sounds like we have the sense of it, and more than anything else, to give us a chance to just reaffirm our notes.
Okay, good.
So how about we just start on this side, and we just work our way around, and then if there are any ones that you have conflicts or questions, just let us know, and we'll flag them down.
Sheridan Keller Cole, no conflict.
Mark Alley, you have the one obvious conflict with the LA County Department of Health Services and Office of Diversion and Reentry, and then questions around the LA City Attorney Office proposal, the LA City Mayor's Office on Reentry, and then the Long Beach City Department of Health and Human Services proposal.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Just to state your conflicts, your potential conflicts at this time.
The conflict with the city of Rialto,
And the Fresno County Department of Behavioral Health, the Marin County Health and Human Services, the Monterey County Behavioral Health Bureau, Napa County Health and Human Services, Placer County Health and Human Services, Sacramento County Division of Behavioral Health Services, San Benito County Health and Human Services, San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services, San Luis Obispo County Behavioral Health Department,
You're too honest.
Santa Barbara Department of Behavioral Wellness, Sutter County Health and Human Services, and Yolo County Health and Human Services.
Wow.
It just became much easier.
So just, you know, again, a matter of perception, since I know people.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Frankie, I have zero conflicts,
Good for you.
personal or otherwise.
Okay, so I'm an employee of Kern County, co-chair here, obviously. As an employee of Kern County, it does seem appropriate that I recuse myself, obviously, from the Kern County applications. But is it the case that I should recuse myself beyond the Kern County applications? And does that apply only to me or
Only to you.
other, because?
Because you also have standing with the board as well to consider that.
Because I'm both an employee and an elected?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's some other conflicts. So I think we would also ask you to recuse yourself from getting the large proposals as well.
Right,
So current and the large.
okay. So then I will not, excuse me. So other folks who have declared conflicts today are not recusing themselves from the entire category?
Just you.
Just lucky old me?
Just you.
Okay.
Shelley Kern, I have no financial interest in any of them, but we're gonna continue to have a conversation about whether or not there might be a perceived conflict with me reviewing the Santa Clara, or pardon me, Santa Cruz Superior Court's application and the Modoc Superior Court application.
Thank you.
Javier Starring, no conflicts. Maybe one perceived related to the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services Office of Diversion and Reentry. I recused myself, but I used to be a member of an advisory group for that project.
So you're recusing yourself now this time?
No, I recused myself from that.
Oh, okay.
Effort,
Okay.
a few months ago,
Oh, okay.
but I was a member.
So you're just kind of letting us know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I recuse myself from the Oceanside Unified School District and the San Diego County proposal.
Thank you.
John Bowders, no conflicts.
Thank you.
George Eskin, there are two parts to the recusal determination for judges. One is disclosure, and the other is recusal. And with regard to disclosure, because it could be raised, 45 years ago, I was the assistant district attorney in Ventura County. I do not believe that that presents a conflict. 40 years ago, I was the chief assistant city attorney for Los Angeles. I don't believe that presents a conflict. Insofar as Santa Barbara is concerned, I don't know anybody in the Department of Behavioral Wellness. My practice was both in Santa Barbara and Ventura. Because of my
Don't say that.
because of my being a member of the California Judges Association Executive Board, I have close relationships in several of the counties among Superior Court judges whose counties are applicants here. I will accept if someone feels there are any perceived conflicts that I have, but as I have no financial conflicts with any of these applicants. I just want to be careful about the perception of potential conflicts. I don't feel that I have any. I don't feel any that I feel would be appropriate for me to recuse myself.
Thank you.
But you might want to run for governor.
And Sam, me.
Feels too crowded.
No conflicts.
Thought about it.
Right.
Thought about it. So I saw it.
Mr. Crompton, while you were out of the room, you were going around the table to see if anyone had any conflicts to put them out on the table. Is there any proposal that you feel you have a conflict of interest in meeting?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I just got word that our Mr. McGuire, yes.
Yeah, I realize I do have a conflict. It's not with anybody who applied, it's with the fact that my name is spelled wrong.
My fault again, sorry.
So I'm asking you to put some respect on my name, please, sir.
John Jones.
Where is it wrong?
John Doe?
It's hard when you get wrong.
So we've got 15 minutes. Our lunch should be here at noon. is the next thing on your list the exercises or?
I just got a couple of
Your prompts?
reminders,
Okay,
but
go for
yeah,
it. You
the
can-
exercise.
you
I
can
think
do
the
the
stuff that
reminders.
we've already covered. First reminder is our next meeting. Where to send the forms, but there's a one-page document that's in the red folder that's on the left-hand side that has all these reminders in there as well. So that's it. If they want to take a break until lunch.
Yeah, go ahead, let's take a break, and our lunch should be here relatively soon. And we'll reconvene.
Where's my steak?
I think we already talked about not rating Los Angeles County for sure, and there was a question about Long Beach and LA City.
Jason's talking, but he's going to recuse himself from the LA cities,
Okay.
as well as Long Beach.
Okay, and I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Again, I don't think you legally have to. I think given the amount that LA is looking at too, I would be comfortable with that as well. Ron from San Diego. Sandy, certainly not rating the San Diego County proposal. And then I understand you don't want to rate, you have concerns about rating the Oceanside proposal.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in it, but they are asking for, to add a probation officer as part of this proposal, and the probation department works for me, so that would be.
Yeah, and you've got, and sort of like Leticia, you have the CAO's office and the Board of Supervisors have sort of a different, in my mind, analysis because of the power of the purse. So certainly you wouldn't be rating San Diego County. I think that's prudent not to rate Oceanside. I think that's fine. Again, and again, but I think it's okay for you to rate the other large county proposals. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
As well. Chief James, San Joaquin won't be rating San Joaquin. I don't think there's a problem with you rating the other large county proposals other than that. And I think, did I cover everyone who had any other questions?
I think Javier flagged that you worked prior for LA Health Services.
I worked as on a volunteer advisory group a few months back for the diversion reentry effort.
Maybe I don't see anything there. That would be a concern, at least at the outset. Maybe we can talk on the side if you have some other concerns about what that volunteer can do. And I think that's it. Any other?
It's easy for you.
Concerns? Thank you.
Okay, so next, I'm gonna go over the contents of the thumb drive and answer questions about the Excel documents. So if you were to use your thumb drive and you plug it in, this is what you'll see. Pretty much the same as what you'll see in the drive. There's one folder has the proposals in it. The second folder has the rate of form in it for you. And then the third document is the actual proposal itself. So when you click on the folder with the proposals in numeric order P1 through P58, if you click on the folder for that proposal,
Not the order that we'll be reading them, because we have to go by that other sheet that.
Correct.
Got it.
So when you click on the folder that says rate of form, what's up here is a copy of everybody's rate of form. I'm just going to use one as an example. So when you click on your folder that says rate of form, you'll only see one folder that says rate of form, and that's for you. And then you click on that, there's an Excel document. And when you click on the Excel document, all the documents are set to open, to the first tab. And then this is the rating order that you should follow. And what I did in addition to that is this order, the tabs are in the same order as this form. So if you start with 55 from the left-hand side and you go all the way over to the end, the very last tab, and you read and rate in that order, it'll be in the order that we're prescribing for you.
And a little bit of the column B that has the proposal.
Oh, thank you. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the first tab. The forms are locked, protected. And when you open it, you'll open it up to the very first rating factor, project need.
And the only fields you can type in are the fields where you would assign points. So what we did is the fields are also protected to an extent. 0 to a point, something else other than those numbers in, you get an error message, and it won't let you go forward.
A small shark.
It doesn't let you do decimals, so you have to use whole numbers. So if you put 3.5 in, you should get the same thing. Error, but you get a message. You have to retry, cancel. It goes back to blank. Yes, ma'am.
Tony, I remember there was a question earlier about reading maybe one part,
Mhm.
and then it was said to not do that. But should we read the whole application first before we start rating? Wait till after, because they made a point about sometimes people's stuff might be in a different section.
Yes.
And if before that, I might miss something, but the whole thing first?
We recommend that you read the whole part rating.
Okay.
But it would be good to read start reading the proposal, just to remember what you're looking for exactly.
Okay.
And so every form or every tab is a form. So back to the identifying the form, row 1 has a rater ID. All your IDs are in. And then it also has the application ID and the application name. So what I was saying, when you open up the form, hopefully you will already have the proposal. So you'll know what proposal you're on. So when you open, then you should match that proposal title to the title that's on the form. So what we would recommend to further extend what Ivania said is the rating sheet order that we gave. Before you start reading, you pull that out and you see which is the first proposal you should start. And then you go to the folder. So you take your rating order sheet, you look at the first one, and if it's P8, you go to the P8 folder. And you start reading that proposal. And then when you go to the Excel document tab, you click on the first tab and you put your scores in there.
Scroll through the proposal, just so everyone's familiar. You open them up, most of them are gonna have this checklist on the front. You don't have to worry about that.
Why are they checked? What does that mean?
So that was sort of for us and for them. It's to ensure that they have all the different components that are needed for the proposal. And then they signed it at the bottom saying, you know, we have all these components, and there's an assurance at the bottom. Grant funds will not be used for the acquisition of real property or for programs or services provided in a custodial setting. And then we have the public agency applicants sign that. And then the next form you're going to see is the applicant information form. Again, you don't really need to be bothered with this. This just has a lot of the, applicant information for us in one place. How much they're applying for, how much went to community organizations, how much they're leveraging. It's got the name of the project director and the finance officer. So you can kind of just skip over that as well. And then the next page should be proposal narrative. There you go. So there's.
Sure, you know, when we look at that, the checkbox of what they're saying they're gonna provide, and see if that is reflective in the narrative.
True, that's a good point.
And you could also use it to Freddie's point where it says like, you know, the pass-through amounts of H and I, because there is the budget section, you know, at some point. So, you know, as you're starting to read the proposal, that's kind of like their flag to tell you, so here's what we think our financial commitment to what you're about to read is gonna look like. And then as you read the proposal narrative, and then you get to the budget section, I mean, you may at first look at that number, and you may have whatever impression that you have, positive or negative. You may read the proposal narrative and think, oh wow, that makes sense. And you get to the budget section, and you may feel however which way you will not be paying attention to review itself.
So are there any questions about how to access the cloud, if you move around in the cloud, or what's in the cloud, or what's on your thumb drives?
Can you show us one more time, or
Yeah.
we can do it offline if need be, how to get to a separate in the cloud?
And give us your cell number.
So when you're in your cloud portal here, and when you first log in, this will be what you're presented with. Just click the new button in the top left, and then you'll see a Google Docs here.
Okay,
And that just is essentially an online version of like Word.
okay.
Simple as that. And it's constantly auto-saving, so you don't have to worry about file save or anything. It's just saving in the background.
Okay, and then at the end of all of this, do you all have access to the cloud? So if we do all of this work in the cloud, do we still need to email Ricardo and Colleen our summaries, or will you guys just be able to grab that from our cloud accounts?
I missed the first part. Is the
So,
question
so
about
if
the spreadsheets?
we, yeah, if we do everything in the cloud, right, do we need to turn around and give you anything, or can you guys just grab it from
I'll
there?
ask you, well,
Like, I could email you and say I'm done.
Right, you just
Right.
have to notify us
Notify
that
us.
you're done, and then we can start.
and you have administrative privileges, right?
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, so if you do everything just in the cloud when you're done, if you just say, hey, Ricardo, I'm done, just go in and pluck them
That's all
out.
yours.
It might make sense to just download them or to save a copy for yourself locally,
Just in case.
just for safety reasons. Just because we're trying something new and I don't want to say, oh, everything is perfect, and then there's a glitch. But beyond that, yeah, just send us a note and then we'll work with Antonio, we'll just grab them, maybe we'll just confirm with you, yep, we've received them all, and then we'll go from there. That's a great question.
Yeah, I'm not tech savvy, so
it's biased. That's the only reason.
Can you go to your next slide, sir?
Okay, so after we discuss that, we open up the option to change scores based on what's discussed and what can be identified in the proposal. Like we said earlier, you don't have to change your scores. We're not pushing you to change your scores. Where one rater might see something and miss it, and then the other rater might see it and say, well, it was on this page. And the rater that missed it can go back and look at that page and then decide to adjust their score. And then after we do that, we go through all the outliers. And then once all that's done, we go to the last slide, which is the ranking of the proposals. And I'm not sure how I can make this bigger. So is that clear, or do I need to make it smaller, or do I need to make it bigger? Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we have here again, we only had 2 examples, and you only did 1 example. So you have to bear with me. The way this played out, example A, and we have 2 funding categories. We have a small and we have a large. So on the day we do this, there will be a list of 58 proposals, and it'll be split in 2. It'll be the small and the large, and each of the funding categories will be in rank order from top to lowest scoring proposals. So since we only did A had a total points, a total point of 31.6. And then it received its preference points, a total of 4. So what that means is they're leveraging 70% or more. And so we add that up, and that comes to 35.1. For this example, they didn't meet the threshold. Their overall rating score wasn't above the 60%. If it wasn't higher than 36, so they wouldn't get funded. But since this is an example, let's say they did get funded, both of the examples did get funded. And to address the question of the partially funded one, in the remaining amount where it's blue and red, so we can fund example A for what they requested, $6,940,000. And then there is $800,000 left. And if example B met all the thresholds and the requirement to be funded, they requested $1 million. There's only $800,000 left, so there's a $200,000 shortfall. So that's when Ricardo will call the county and say, you can be partially funded at this much. So that's what we mean by the cutoff line.
Okay, so you're only anticipating that there would only be one product that gets to the
No,
cutoff?
this is just in
each category.
Yes.
So you have
One
to,
small, one large.
Okay. Because there's over 120 million or whatever in the middle category, this 60 million that's available. There's over $100 million worth of requests, I believe.
I think that sounds right. I remember the rough number.
But there's a lot of people, there's several counties or agencies that have requested $6 million.
Right.
We only have 60 million,
Right,
so we
exactly.
can only fund 10 of those 20, 30
Right.
or so.
Right.
And so my question
Right.
was, and I think the question that was asked before was kind of insinuating, can we try to be a little more in the partial thing to try to fund more counties rather than say 20 or 30
So-
applicants don't get any?
No, but there's a reason why. So, and part of it, and so bear in mind, because it's an exercise, there's only 2 examples. So you have to imagine that this is full times 58, right? So let's just start there visually. So then visually, then let's kind of play it out to your point, because I think it's a good way to think of it. So let's say that there's 10 of them at the top. Let's say that they've all requested the max. And then now just pretend that these 2 lines now, that's the cutoff point. So we would have agreed whatever amount that they funded, because they're ranked at this point, you just complete that scoring process. Those 8 are what they are. So if they requested the 6 and the highest ranked 8, then they get that 6 million. It's then these 2 where it becomes whatever that number is, at least one proposal will always be kind of in that position of, if you want it, there's not, now it could work out perfectly because everyone did not request 100% of the maximum. I've yet to see where we didn't have to approach at least one applicant with there's only partial funding available, are you still interested request? But yeah, it'll play itself out, to Tony's point, then in both categories.
But is your question, Ron, like as a group, would you unilaterally decide we're gonna reduce everyone by 10%? Or
Well,
then we'll be able to fund more.
I was surprised at how many
That's-
people requested the max, and that maybe I'm alone in this, but I thought we would be funding a lot. There's gonna be a lot of proposals of the 58. The way I did the math is that we're only gonna be able to fund about half of those.
Yeah.
That's lower than what I had originally anticipated when we started this.
And the problem with, and it's not an exact science, but so there's kind of two truths, right? So one truth is we implore people only apply for what you need. I don't know how many different ways and different requests, people still apply for the max. So that's kind of one truth, right? The other truth is though, people are submitting plans to you and budgets to you, if we take them at face value, that they think they can do this project at this cost. Once we start to do things like, well, let's just pick this number and reduce it by this much, the integrity of the project could change. Now, it's different when it's a project on the cutoff line, because now they've got a decision to make, right? It's how bad do I want this money? Is it bad enough that I could in fact reduce my project by 5% and still do the spirit of it? So far, I think all the people have accepted, and they've had to make some changes though. I don't want to pretend like they haven't made changes, but it's different to just do it off the cut.
And it's gonna depend how much. I've seen applicants refuse if it's, they asked for 1 million and we're offering them 200,000. They'll say, no, we're not gonna be able to do what we thought we were gonna do. So it'll depend on how much of their ask we're able to give them.
The surprise to me is that there's large counties, a fairly large county that we are not, so there's gonna be counties of over 1.5 million people that are not going to get any money. And going to the judge's point of where we started this conversation several months ago, there's probably gonna be a shock to a lot of people who were on the assumption that after voting for this, that there'd be money coming back, and that was one of the promises of it, that there's gonna be very large community, very large regions of that state based on the way we've done it.
I'll give you the address to the Department of Finance. Every person who is unhappy, write a letter. Trust me, it'll make my day. I have a question too.
I'm just curious, so the two programs, the one in the small and the large category that are offered less money, do you ask them to resubmit a proposal making adjustments or?
A revised budget section. But then we'll also ask questions like, so, because it does need to be an honest conversation, and to Colleen's point, it does depend on the number. If the number is so large that the entire project would be the spirit of what this body would fund, they'll tell us up front, we just can't do that, but we'll ask them for a revised budget section just to even begin the conversation. John?
Yeah, so I had a question. So if you could go away from this to the screen that was below it real quick. We had that one, thanks. So, like for project need, we had 4 categories we scored, and what I learned earlier today is we're doing this average of each of those 4 things. So when we visit this on the day where we go through them, if I'm up there and I'm, rater X, and I say, I want to adjust my score, you want me to adjust the composite score, or you want me to adjust the sub-factors? Because that's, now we're like really in the weeds on this. So I just want to be really clear about how we're
Stations, and for very, very valid reasons, the group decides to change scores, and that middle class now looks very differently. Some have moved up, some have moved down. So where we start, that's debatable, but just know that changing things will have an impact. I mean, just to state the obvious, so just be mindful of that. That's it. All right, so that's it for us. You guys have all had good questions. Are there more questions? I know some of it is probably going to be until you're in the midst of doing it. It'll become a little bit more relevant. You have more questions. As always, please contact Colleen or I. Like I said, if it's a technical question where something isn't working as it's supposed to work, if it's a technology question, if you find a last-second recusal that kind of surprises you, let us know. We'll try to be as responsive as we can be. I think we always are. But yeah, that's it for us for today. May 30th, just plan on it being a full day. Again, Judge Eskin, hear your concerns about the length of the day.
You know what? I'm going to entertain that. That's not right. They raised the question.
Oh, did I miss one?
How to change the final scores.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's
Can you
right.
speak up, Tony? Can you
Use
speak
the
up a
mic.
little bit?
Hello. They raised a question. John raised a question about how to change the final scores. And the question was, do you guys want to say, okay, we rated them, we rated the individual sub-factors, and we got an average. On the day that we come in and we review the outliers, and if we want to change the points, we change the points overall and not have to go back down to the level of changing the sub-factor points and then redoing the average.
Right.
Did I get that right?
I'm endorsing what Mark proposed, yes.
Yeah. So,
I don't have an answer for you right now, but we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
We'll get,
I think we're gonna have to just.
Because we're gonna need to
discuss that.
score
Yeah.
in the interim, so.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm asking, is that an agreement with all the ESC?
Yes.
So it's an agreement with all the ESC, Ricardo and Colleen,
Yeah.
take it back to management. And then when we come back today to do it, we will explain what management is coming back to us. So is that okay?
Yeah, we'll try to get you something. And if we know before the 30th, obviously, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll know by the
Yeah.
time we're sending out your
Right.
scores
As
back.
soon as we know, we'll give you.
So you're gonna still want to submit all their subcategories?
Or you can submit your rating form for now. So it's
Back down. So the rest of the day.
Yeah, I agree with that. We might even need to fund road and right. We're gonna start early.
Oh, wow.
Are you gonna be up locally or there? Yeah. I can't get here from San Diego. I can't get